we open the streaming? Yes,
Yeah.
we're ready.
Yeah, perfetto. Partiamo. Ok.
Qui c'è solo una parte di schermo sopra che non si vede però. Vedi?
Just 1 second. A few seconds for some technical. For people.
Quindi
credo che possiamo fare nulla del videoproiettore. Fammi partire,
le persone partecipanti, cioè nasconderli.
non lo puoi eliminare negli altri gruppi. È proprio il proiettore che taglia l'immagine.
È il proiettore. Raffaele, just a few seconds.
No problem.
Comunque da casa dovrebbero riuscire a vedere.
Sì, si vede per intero.
Sì, ma è proprio il proiettore che è settato male.
Unfortunately for the people here, per le persone qua.
Sì, esatto.
Mi serve
Risoluzione. Prova a dargli risoluzione e cambiamo. Vai lì in colorito. Prova panoramica.
Eccolo.
Ok.
Bravissimi.
We did it.
We did it.
We.
Ecco.
Non è proprio ancora a tutto schermo, però insomma.
Ma siete fantastici. Ma siete fantastici. Grazie. Okay, so we have resolved the technical issue and we can start. Raffaele, I'm going to introduce you first and just to remind you and Li Wang that you have 20 minutes for your presentation. And so Raffaele, you'll present first and we might want to have some questions and then we'll move on to Li Wang and then also have questions. Right, okay. So Raffaele Pizzo is a PhD student in European languages and specialized terminology at the University of Naples, Partenope. In addition to gender and translation studies, his previous research interest focused on multimodal discourse analysis, critical discourse studies, corpus linguistics, and web data extraction, the language of newspapers and the language of advertising, audiovisual translation, and the linguistic features of camp talk. Thanks to the university cooperation with TERB-CORD, he's currently contributing to the Terminology Without Borders project by working on the novel food and new eating habits terminology. I'll give you the floor, Raffaele. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning, first of all, and thank you. I'd like to first thank the organizing committee for this opportunity. So, my paper today focuses on Polari language and translation, more specifically to a lack of agency and activism in translation. So I'll mention 5 main points. So I'll briefly introduce the context of the research and Polari language and modern English-based slang. I'll present the corpus, the theoretical frameworks and methodologies that back up this study before arriving to the result, discussion, and concluding sections. So Polari language had a tumultuous path. It was mainly used in the 20th century, at the beginning of the 20th century, as a secret code. However, this situation changed between 1964 and 1969 with the radio show Round the Horn and the Julian and Sandy sketches, but also because of the implementation of the Wolf-Fenton Report and the Sexual Offences Act. However, with that contributed to an increase of the social condition for LGBTQ plus people in those years, but at the same time, it also contributed to a decline in Polari language use, which was also supported by HIV and AIDS stigma during the 80s and by the rise of lead culture in the 90s. However, in 1995, there was a revival of Polari language, especially mainly due to the rise of queer theory. And this revival was also supported by the global spread of the internet, of course, and by different TV shows, such as A Storm in the Teacup and Who's a Pretty Boy then, but also by, thanks to more modern TV shows nowadays, such as Drag Race and Legendary. And this path is the same path followed by many words, such as, for example, the word dyke, which was once used as a term of derision, but nowadays has been rescued as an expression of pride. However, the issues for all such lexical items and also for Polari is for which speakers, in which context, and for which purposes has the word been reclaimed for. So very briefly, on the screen, there is a brief text written in Polari. Nowadays, modern English speakers would find difficult to understand this text because even though there are some common English words, such as, for example, hello, that, your, mother, etc., there are also some incomprehensible Polari words, such as omipaloni, naf, guli, lali, and so on. So, Polari can be described as a secret language mainly used by gay men and lesbians in London and other UK cities with unestablished gay subcultures in the first 70s or so years of the 20th century. And Polari can be investigated through a linguistic and a social perspective. By following on a linguistic perspective and following Halliday theory, it can be described as an anti-language. So anti-languages are relexicalized languages consisting of the same grammar but a different vocabulary. On the other side, on the social side, in the past it was often assumed that people could be placed into socially discrete categories and that each category will contain instances of language use, which is why many scholars, for example, studied Black English, women's language, gay language, and so on. However, Polari speakers in the 50s and 60s probably wouldn't have defined themselves as gay, a word which gained widespread usage only in the 70s, which is why it underlines how much sexual identities were socially determined and still are. By keeping the same distinction between linguistic and social perspective, we can understand what influenced Polari in the past. So on one side, we have the mollies, prostitution, Jewish influences, and the 60s drug culture. And on the other, counterpart and pelting speech, parliari and its variants, lingua franca, Romani, theater speak, and American Air Force slang. Moving on very briefly to modern English gay slang, it can be said that the persistence of what can't be called anymore a language should tell us something about the diversification and creativity of individual gay men and lesbians. So it can be considered as a sort of continuum of Polari. And on the right part of the screen, there are some examples all taken from the corpus under scrutiny. So 3 research questions for this study. So even though Polari language isn't spoken anymore, can it still be detected in modern English gay slang, and in which ways? What are some of the new peculiarities of this slang, and can a text featuring modern English gay slang be easily translated into another language? So in order to answer these questions, the corpus of this research focused on the first episode of the 3rd season of RuPaul's Drag Race UK. The choice of focusing on the UK version of the show, of course, belongs to the fact that it was mainly spoken in the UK context. And the choice of investigating the 3rd season belongs to the fact that that's the only season with available English and Italian subtitles. And in this case, we're talking about official subtitles uploaded on the main streaming platform, which is Wow Presents Plus. So we're not talking about fan subs. So different theoretical frameworks back up this study. First of all, of course, translation study. Very, very briefly, the study of this field developed in the first part of the 20th century, and especially in the 50s and 60s, with a more systematic and linguistic-oriented approach. And we have to thank James Holmes for naming this discipline, who underlined that translation studies deals with the complex of problems clustered around the phenomenon of translating and translations. But this study focuses on a branch of translation studies, which is audiovisual translation, which but nowadays can also be considered a discipline on its own. We have to thank Dirk della Bastida for naming this discipline, who sustained that film establishes a multi-channel and multi-code type of communication. And these codes are the verbal, literary, and theatrical, proxemic and kinetic, and cinematic. All these codes cause many hindrances to this translation process, also because of the coexistence of the sound channel and visual channel, but also because of the presence of market speech, culture-bound references, songs, and humor, which are all elements that are present in the analyzed corpus. Then the last theoretical approach is queer translation, which was theorized by Harvey, who sustained a link between the linguistic characteristics of camp and cultural identity via queer theory. So he sustained that in order to make the gay community visible, it's important to use a queer approach. Otherwise, markers of gay identity either disappear or are made pejorative in the target text. And this is mainly due to issues of the target culture, rather than issues of translation. Different methodologies support this study. First of all, Vinay and Darbanley model. The two scholars theorize many fundamental concepts for these translation studies. For example, the difference between strategy and procedure, direct and oblique translation, servitude and option. They also dealt with the problem of what should be considered a unit of translation. They list 5 analytical steps and 7 translation procedures, which are borrowing, calque, and literal translation on one side, transposition, modulation, equivalence, and adaptation for oblique translation. Then House's model of translation qualitative assessment was mainly employed for a difference between overt and covert translation. So an overt translation makes readers aware of the fact that they are reading a translated text, while a covert translation sounds more natural for viewers. And this was employed mainly as Gottlieb created a link between this model and subtitling, sustaining that the visibility of the title is an inherent part of the activity of subtitling, of course. And then lastly, Peterson model was employed to analyze extralinguistic culture-bound references. And this model is shown on the right part of the screen. So the units of translation were divided into 5 categories: polari, wordplay, and word formation processes, which both belong to the same category of polari language, modern English gay slang, cultural references, and subtitling errors. So the first category contained polari words, multi-words expressions, but also words derived from polari. This means that following Baker's investigation on polari, this study also focuses on the same semantic field that were productive in polari in order to see if the same semantic field are also employed today. And that's the same for the following category: word processes and wordplay. So in this category, there are 78 word types, but the actual word tokens using a corpus linguistic terminology are much more than that. And this category is also subdivided, as we can see, between noun and verbs. So for the first one, we have proper nouns, types of people, body parts, clothing, and terms of endearment or address towards people. And for verbs, we have sex, perform, dress up, and fight. Then we have 36 occurrences for wordplay and word formation processes, divided into rhyming and wordplay, metaphor, idiomatic and fixed expressions, derivation, compounding, and blending. 27 occurrences for modern English case slang, divided according to their parts of speech. 23 ACRs, divided according to 4 categories, which are songs, TV and musical references, UK and gay culture. And lastly, 11 subtitling errors, mainly due to misspelling of one or both languages or due to translation errors. So the translated text, in the translated text, it can be said that it was employed an overall strategy, which means that the translation process didn't focus on single unit of translation. And this strategy was a literal translation directed towards the source text, which applied a process of foreignizations. And all these aspects create an overt translation. However, despite a focus on the source text, the target text conceals the peculiarities of both Polari and English case slang. But why? Because this translation process applied a servitude approach. So even though it focused on the source text, it strictly followed the grammatical rules of the target language. And in this way, it didn't use creativity in the translation process. So it didn't use a freer translation process. This means that the target text didn't even feature Italian case slang. So by not making more specific translation choices or procedures according to the context or to the unit of translation, it silences all three languages and conceals both speaking communities. So the three main translation strategies employed were borrowing, calque, and literal translation. So before showing the examples, I'd like to make a disclaimer as all the example can contain some swear words or some sex-related conduct, but that's because Polari, sex was a very productive semantic category in Polari. And just the fact of being productive today already tell us something. And another disclaimer is the fact that all the examples do not have an actual equivalent in Italian, so they don't create meaning for Italian viewers. So for the borrowing category, we have the sentence, if your bellend isn't crystallized, which became, se il tuo bellend non lo è cristallizzato. Bellend is another word to refer to male genitalia. Then for the calque category, we have the phrase, while you untuck, which became mentre ti stuck. Tuck refers to the practice of hiding male genitalia in order to present as a female passing person. However, even though this verb is actually used in the Italian speech community, as it was also used in the Italian version of the show, its antonym, so stuck, is not employed at all. Then for the literal translation category, we have I'm ready, the winner, I'm the first one, which became sono pronto, il vincitore, sono il primo. And as we know, Italian is a gendered language and it has to show the gender. But in these cases, because of the context, the represented participant, and because of the peculiarities of the analyzed language, using the feminine would have been more appropriate. Then for each of the identified correct categories, there's an example shown. So for the Polari category, we have the word camp, which actually today is an actual Italian and English word, but was translated as per accamparmi, campo, campeggio, accampamento, accampato. For the wordplay and word formation processes, there's the sentence, it looks like you're about to have one hell of a day. Hell of a day was one of the contestants on the show, and her name is a wordplay on the phrase hell of a day, which was translated as sembra che tu stia per farlo avere quella hella of a day. And for word formation processes, we have the compounding Agnita, which was created with Hag and Agnita, which was one of the ABBA members. Even though the reference could be understood by an Italian audience, the word hag is not employed at all, and that's the same for the word gag, which belongs to the modern English gay slang category. Then for the cultural references category, we have the tongue pop, which is a sort of non-verbal gay communication, which was translated as lingua pop. But the most relevant example belongs to the subtitling errors categories, which is Kathy Manikers. But this proper noun employed in the subtitles doesn't refer to anything. So it's not an actual noun, it's not a person. Because what the represented participant was trying to say is kicking my knickers. So kicking probably derives from the Polari word cackle, which means, and also kicking means to defecate. So the phrase means having fear. But in this case, we have both subtitling errors and translation errors. Of course, wordplay caused problem in translation, as we can see on the screen. Your hometown presentation was a hoot, but your music look didn't make us holler. The judges didn't dig your minor, and your birthday party look wasn't major. So if we look at the Italian sentences, they don't keep the same playfulness of words. And lastly, cultural references were translated with using two translation strategies, retention and direct translation, which are both source language oriented, which means that no effort was made to bring the source text closer to an Italian public. However, there are some examples of acceptable translation. For example, the ACR Wicked, which refers to the title of a musical, was translated with a strategy of retention, and it didn't cause translation problems as it's the name by which it's also known by the Italian public. So it can be considered a transcultural ACR. And also the compounding between congratulation and drag, which create the word congratulations, which was translated as condragulazioni. Even though this is not an actual Italian word, it shows the peculiarities of this language, and it works as it was also used in the Italian TV show and by the Italian speech communities. So, in conclusion, this research focused on Polari and English gay slang, but the target text also features some syntactical errors. But if it's added a lack of consistency in translation choices, these may suggest an automatic translation process or machine translation. Even though some satisfying translation examples of the analyzed language varieties may suggest a human-aided machine translation, these are not enough to imply a human contribution into the translation process. So this means that no money was spent to offer a satisfying translated product to the target culture, which confirms the capitalistic desire of the drag race empire. So this study, by confirming the limits of machine translations, tried to highlight the peculiarities of a language that was and continues to be, in a different light, of course, a symbol for yesterday and today's LGBTQ+ communities. So this symbol shouldn't get lost in translation, as it happened in the present study, but the subtitling and also the translation from English to Italian of this show calls for a human contribution in order to preserve or even adapt these linguistic features. And I'd like to conclude with a quote by Simon, who sustained that for feminist translation, fidelity is to be directed toward neither the author nor the reader, but toward the writing project, a project in which both writer and translator participate. Then, in conclusion, some follow-up questions. The broadening of this study by considering all the other episodes of the third season will provide additional data to confirm or reject the presented hypothesis. And it would be interesting to investigate what would happen to Polari and English gay slang if other language pairs are considered. So here's a list of the references I used, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Raffaele, for this very interesting talk. I would open the floor to questions for 5 minutes before we move on to Li Wang. I'm a big fan of RuPaul Drag Race, and I've watched all the series. Believe me, I mean, you mentioned one name of a drag queen, and I know her. So I'm actually quite shocked to see the results that you have presented. So, well, let's open the floor. I was just thinking like a baga, for example, baga chip. How was
that's why? Yeah, that's why I wanted to investigate, to analyze the first season, but I couldn't because there aren't Italian subtitles.
Yeah, I heard that. Yes, because that's also so cultural. You know, like British people would understand what the bag of chips is, but I don't know. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Please.
I have a comment. Thank you, Raffaele, for your extremely intriguing presentation. If I understood correctly, so you are trying to show, it's a comment / suggestion. You are trying to show this, if and the extent to which Polari and gay slang are used in society through the analysis of the TV series. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, really, I just want to see if Polari language, even implicitly, is still used today, not only by the fact that, for example, some actual Polari words are employed today as it's almost a dead language, but also I'd like to investigate if the same semantic fields, for example, or the same word formation processes, or for example, rhyming slang, which was very largely employed in Polari, are still used in the way gay people talk today. So I want to investigate both the presence of Polari and the repercussion it had on the modern way of talking.
Okay. My doubt is when you analyze the language of a TV series, you have actually the mediation of society through the film, movie, the TV series. So sometimes the type of language used is either exaggerated or censored, we have seen today, depending on the target or the whole target. So maybe the results you showed are extremely interesting and worth more in-depth analysis. And thank you if you managed to analyze the whole series. But I think it should be evidence that this fact, that is that the reality is seen through the lens of the camera, of the director, and then the audiovisual translation is again mediated. So we may have an exaggerated mismatch of what reality is in reality and what the reality of the TV series really represents. This is just a suggestion. It may come up in your dissertation, or I don't know whether your dissertation, the topic of your dissertation is this one, but it may come up also in the reviewers if you are going to present the paper as publication. This is just what it came to my mind. Maybe you already have this in your mind and you would like to explain that, and probably because of lack of time you didn't have, you weren't able to express yourself. So sorry, I didn't want to criticize.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks for the question. Thanks for the question. That's something that I was thinking when I carried out the research, but that's the reason why at the start I wanted to carry out a social linguistic study. But that's almost impossible nowadays because of a lack of actual Polari speakers, which is the reason why I decided to resort to audiovisual translation and an audiovisual analysis following Baker's path, as it in the past it used, for example, the radio show Round the Horn and the Julian and Sandy sketches to investigate Polari. So, and at that time there were more Polari speakers. So, which is that's the main reason I decided to apply a mediated approach instead of a social linguistic one.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I have now a student who is doing some research on the translation of the Spanish version into English. I think that's the first edition is translated on this same platform for the United States. And when she was doing the research, she acknowledged that a lot of things actually cannot be translated because the Spanish version is just using exactly the same English slang. And but then because I'm not a fan of the RuPaul Drag Race, but I do like drag, and I go I'm from Barcelona, I go to Barcelona and everything. Actually, obviously, I'm from the community, so I do know some slang. But I just realized that what appears on screen is not exactly what happens in the streets. And I think RuPaul has created kind of a very simplified version of what drag is. In Spain, we have to say that the drag movement is very related to our folklorical singers of the 60s, 70s, and 80s. That's a phenomenon. I don't know why gay community is very represented by these divas of folklore. And this is like more related to culture. So this is one of the hot points in the research. So I was just wondering maybe that this RuPaul Drag Race is not doing a very good job when it comes to maintain the diversity in the drag scene internationally. I don't know what you think, because I have not watched anything about the Italian version.
Yeah, I think that that's actually the show has been criticized a lot for that, for not being inclusive, for not showing, for example, trans participants. But I also think that it's important to have representations. So even though sometimes that may be criticized for some points, at least there are representations. So it's always better to appreciate that than to criticize, because I think that if we wouldn't have had Drag Race, the drag world wouldn't be the one that is today. So we also have to acknowledge that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Raffaele.
Yeah, of course. I have just another curiosity. Is there any subbing of the actual audiovisual translation? Have you tried to compare them? I mean, just out of curiosity.
No, I think that in the past there were more subtitling, but nowadays, given that the main streaming platform, so Wow% Plus, allows to download the subtitle, all subtitles in different languages. Nowadays, all streaming platforms use the same ones, so there's less fan subs than there was once. So that's the reason why I didn't focus on fan subs.
Yeah. Probably one last comment, Raffaele. I do agree with you that there is it has given the opportunity for drag to have some visibility. So that's definitely a plus. There is this element of spectacularization that doesn't mirror the complexity of reality. I totally agree with that too. And in terms of language, there is a construction, mediatic construction that is, we were talking about it, like that is visible, in the series itself. But being so popular, it means that it has affected the way we have appropriated that language, we viewers, I'm talking about. And therefore I'm thinking, yes, translation is, or even subtitling are a way to, to allow circulation of, lexics. But I'm thinking, are subtitles necessary? I mean, you said, the puns, the play on words, the parody, it's so difficult to translate and so culturally embedded. And, I'm even thinking, like, why even attempting to translate, that kind of language that is anyway so culturally embedded. The UK series replicates the US one, to the point that sometimes it feels like not really UK at all. It's a replication of the US in terms of tone, in terms of many things. So I don't know. I mean, this is beyond the point, but I'm even thinking about whether, you know, the audiovisual translation is needed, because we do use a lot of English anyway in queer.
That's also what I wanted to underline, the fact that not translating something would have been more appropriate in the translation process, as it's very, very difficult to translate some cultural specific terms and wordplay. So it would be more appropriate to keep some items and to translate other ones that actually works in translation.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Raffaele. We'll give you a round of applause here. Thank you. Thank you. We're now going to move on to Li Wang. So thank you, Li Wang, for being here. So if I'm not wrong, you are in Hong Kong, is that right?
Yeah. I'm from Hong Kong Baptist University.
That's great. That's great to be with you. So you are a second year PhD student in translation studies in the Department of Translation, Interpreting and Intercultural Studies at Hong Kong Baptist University. You earned your MA in English Language and Literature from Shanghai University of International Business and Economics in 2014. And prior to your PhD study, you had 6 years experience working in the English department of the University of Shanghai, and you had experience as head of department. And your current doctoral research investigates how queerness is negotiated and reconfigured in Call Me By Your Name through translation act into Chinese, mainland and Taiwan. I'll give you the floor, Li Wang, and I'll just remind you that you've got 20 minutes and then we'll have 10 minutes for discussion before we close this session. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much for your kind introduction. And I found the discussion was really inspiring just now to my own research. And also thanks very much for giving me the opportunity to share my the research to you. Can you see my screen and hear me well?
Not yet. It's actually, now. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So is it full screened? Yes?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. So my project, sorry?
It's not in presentation mode. It's, but it doesn't matter. I mean,
Hold on a second. Let me try it again.
Eliana, mi sentite?
Sì.
È probabilmente perché lui ha fatto condividi un'applicazione. Può fare condividi il tuo schermo intero.
okay.
Yeah, you just share your full screen. So that would be a bit better.
Okay.
Vediamo.
What about now?
Okay.
That's all right. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share my research. My report today is translating male homoeroticism as a social political act, a cross-media case study of the representations of the peach scene in Call Me By Your Name. As a disclaimer, the presentation will contain sexually explicit contents, which should be used for academic discussions only. This study takes a historical perspective to delineating the interactive and evolving relationship between domestic homosexual writing in China and later the developing ways of translating homosexual contents from English language, i.e. from the initial written text translation to its working with new, emergent multimodal and fence-loving translation. Together with indigenous gay texts, translations on the subject matter assist to flesh out the Chinese conceptual landscape of male homosexuality. By doing this, I aim to make a better sense of the contextual relevance while discussing in the following sections the peach scene from the film adaptation of the original novel Call Me By Your Name, as well as that from the retranslations of the novel after the film's successful release. Since its inception, China has enjoyed a long history of male homoeroticism. Travis Cohn divided the emergence of male homosexual identities in China into 4 historical periods: Ancient China, the Republican era, the Maoist era, and the Reform era, in his book Chinese Male Homosexualities, Mamba, Tongzhi, and Golden Boy. The 4 developmental phases clearly demonstrate the historical trajectory of male homoeroticism in China, from its heyday and prosperity in Imperial China to the nationalistic translation in the Republican period, and from Maoist China's nearly 30-year anechoic period to the post-1978 openness to the outside world. As can be observed from its development curve, male same-sex desire has undergone significant non-linear changes throughout time. The development of homosexual identity and discourse in mainland China is nonlinear and disjunctive, and has experienced many critical turns to fit into various social political contexts. In terms of the discursive construction of male homosexuality, China has gone through several shifts throughout its history. Over the past millennium, there have been the shifts from domestic historical records to medical translations from the West, as well as to celluloid comrades, digital activism, fan-subbing, and literary translations and retranslations. And these shifts are taking place in a culture which is seen as a site of ideological struggle. In other words, the changing landscape of Chinese male homosexuality can find its root in the changing national or cultural ideological agendas. Hong Wei Bao argues that in a society where public manifestations of sexuality and demands for sexual rights are not permitted, queer cinema has become an essential form of queer activism that continuously negotiates with official censorship and market forces of commercialization. This argument is equally applicable in analyzing the brisk fan-subbing industry on the Chinese mainland. In addition to the home-based digital queer activism, Chinese fan translators' engagement in subtitling overseas queer films that are unlikely to receive official screenings has become a way of circumventing censorship, with the goal of not only involving the Chinese public in knowing more about queerness, but also connecting with local queer communities and forming their own cultural identities. In fact, publications in the Chinese mainland are under rigorous restrictions and censorship from here the National Radio and Television Administration, NPPA in short, and National Radio and Television Administration, NRTA in short, and the National Campaign of Combating Pornography and Illegal Publications led by NRTA. Take film censorship as an example. In 2008, the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television, SARFT in short, which is the antecedent of NRTA, issued a notice to all provincial, autonomous regions and municipalities directly under the central government. All film production units, China Film Co-Production Corporation and the Film Channel Program Center on the reaffirmation of film censorship standards. And this, the circular specifies the criteria for film censorship. The content of the films must be censored if they contain obscene, pornographic, and vulgar content, show episodes of lewdness, rape, prostitution, sexual acts, sexual perversion, homosexuality, masturbation, and other hidden parts of male and female organs, and contain dirty and vulgar lines, songs, background music, and sound effects. Meanwhile, broadcasting and circulations of... Do you still see my screen? Yeah?
Yeah, it's not, sometimes it doesn't go to other, so you might have to do it manually. Move on to, yeah, it would be better.
Sorry.
That's all right.
What is happening now? Do you see my screen?
No, not now.
Oops. It disconnects sometimes. Sorry.
That's okay.
Try it again. What about now? Yeah.
Yes, it's coming. Yeah.
Okay. So I try not to full screen it so that you can see everything now.
Yeah.
Or
yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let's start from here. Meanwhile, broadcasting and circulations of foreign films and TV programs are subject to the regulations on the introduction and broadcasting of foreign television programs under the State Administration of Radio, Film and Television Order number 42. In Article 15, it stipulates in the following. The introduction of foreign television programs shall strictly control the orientation and tone and ensure that the content is healthy and well produced. The following content shall not be contained in foreign television programs promoting obscenity, gambling, violence, or abetting crime. This is my translation. So against this backdrop, fan-subbing organizations have developed and multiplied as self-appointed translation commissioners who decide what gets subtitled. The emergence of many voluntarily organized fan-subbing groups such as YYETS, QAF, Queer as Folks, Jihua, and Fantopia, etc., has provided Chinese viewers, especially those monolinguals, with opportunities to enjoy the contemporary foreign audiovisual entertainment, despite the fact that many of them have either been cracked down by the government or have willingly closed or narrowed down their business scopes due to the heavy institutional pressure. However, it will be worthwhile to examine how subtitles were translated by fans when the film was released underground in order to circumvent government control. As one of the cases to be studied in this research, fan-subbing translation in Call Me By Your Name by Fantopia, a Chinese self-organized fan-subbing group, is a typical case in point. Interestingly, Fantopia has two distinct connotations in Chinese, referring to either a fantasy world or a utopian society produced by fans through subtitle translations, and this will be discussed at length in the following section. Film adaptation, known as one kind of intersemiotic translation, refers to the transfer of written text, either literary or otherwise, to audiovisual motion pictures. And fan-subbing translations is done by fan-subbing groups who are distinguished from translations by professionals authorized to be officially employed, and are groups of fan enthusiasts who translate foreign movies or foreign TV shows and produce subtitles in languages other than their original. After all, it is vital to examine the adaptation in the first place in order to understand what is being made available for the study of fan-subbing translation. In this section, I will first address the relevance of the peach scene in the overall storytelling process, as well as how the peach fruit facilitates the narrative progression, with parallels made between the original novel and its film adaptation. The peach scene is notable not just for depicting male-male erotica, but also for marking a significant turning point in Elio and Oliver's romance. It is more than a youngster masturbating with a peach. Nonetheless, it is the concealed message signaling a critical turn in the story's tragic conclusion that requires further attention. It is the moment when they recognize their love for each other, as well as the realization of their not too distant parting. Since the first day they felt for one another, each of the characters has been careful while testing the waters. They both had gone on a lengthy journey through emotional anguish and psychological battles before finally succumbing to their true feelings. For Roland Barthes, the eroticized fruit has transformed our consciousness of it, bringing it into a new sphere of situations by means of a pseudo-casual relationship. Warren further argues that an eroticization of food requires the intervention of corporation images. In other words, the peach in the scene has also become an objectified body that Elio projected his fantasy onto. As a matter of fact, the film adaptation has significantly toned down what is being portrayed in detail in the original work. The majority of what is left unsaid in the film are Elio's sexual fantasies in his mental.
We are experiencing a breakdown in communication. There was a key moment in the presentation. We really wanted to see the results. Oh, you're back, you're back. You froze for a couple of minutes.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, you froze for a couple of minutes, but no worries. If you go back to your quotation and start from the quotation again, we're really curious to know what happens with that scene. So So if you start again from the quotation, then we'll be able to follow your line of argument.
Could you please tell me which page?
It's in the peach
quotation.
scene. You've got in the peach scene.
Here, right?
13, number 13.
Here, right?
Yes.
Ah, okay. For Roland Barthes, the eroticized fruit has transformed our consciousness of it, bringing it into a new sphere of situations by means of a pseudo-casual relationship. Warren further argues that an eroticization of food requires the intervention of corporation images. In other words, the peach in the scene has also become an objectified body that Eliot projected his fantasy onto. As a matter of fact, the film adaptation has significantly toned down what is being portrayed in detail in the original work. The majority of what is left unsaid in the film are Eliot's sexual fantasies in his mental processing and observations of Eliot's entire masturbation behavior, featuring the absences of Eliot's penis, its graphic sexual intercourse with the peach, and the Roman poet turning up in his mind as he approaches his orgasm. However, the film replaces the large absence adapted from the original text with a succession of implicative actions, including Eliot's eyes gazing elsewhere in concentration, his stroking the peach, his finger insertion into the peach pit, and the use of 3 fucks to connect together his before and after masturbation. Peach as the centerpiece in the screenshots has signaled a method of speech to account for social muscling, and in a way it has been converted from a signal-bearing body from a sign-bearing body to a producer of signs, which are physically marked by the relationship to the body. On the other hand, in order to enhance the narrative of the story, the director Luca Guadagnino has invented an implicit plotline that is not featured in the novel by using his dialogue-free cinematic language. Despite the lack of voiceover and dialogues, this addition is essential to laying the groundwork for Eliot's subsequent masturbating act. Prior to his onanism, he was eating a peach kernel while half lying on his bed, toplessly reading Joseph Conrad's novel Heart of Darkness, the fundamental topic of which is the little difference between civilized people and savages. This added reading scene, though trivial, cannot be ignored in that it paves the way for Eliot's masturbating behavior and reveals the inner struggles he's been having ever since. This harkens back to his upbringing in an intelligent and civilized family with sophisticated tasting lifestyle, as well as his most primitive homosexual impulse for Oliver, forcing him to confront his savagery head-on. "Call me by your name and I'll call you by mine," Oliver remarked to Eliot after their first lovemaking, capping up their prior water testing time with an affirmation of their devotion for one another. When masturbating, Eliot transformed his position as the penetrated in their first sexual intercourse into an aggressive penetrator in the peach scene by putting the image of Oliver into the fruit with which he made love. Eliot has therefore deconstructed the top and bottom duality and merged himself and Oliver into an indivisible creature. You are in me and I'm in you. The director expresses Eliot's objectified sexual fantasies about the peach, his inner sexual psychological monologue, and his deconstruction of the binary relationship between attackers and receivers in male homoerotic relationships through a series of coherent action shots in lieu of the textual expressions of sexual organ, fantasy, and intercourse in the original work. From the analysis above, where only brief soliloquies and few conversations between Eliot and Oliver can be found from the film adaptation, scope for fan subbing to play a part in creating the translation has been restricted. Based on my findings, I argue that while the NRTA continues to impose censorship and restrictions on the broadcast of foreign films and TV series, as well as on home-based fan-subbing teams, the toned-down film adaptation happens to contrive with the Chinese censorship mechanism, providing a safe haven for Fantopia's fan-subbing translation practices. The fan-subbing translation for the expurgated peach scene, on the other hand, fails to establish the impact of censorship on the translation of male homoerotics. This does not, however, imply that there is no censorship at work on the fan-subbing group or its translation process. The existence of unofficial fan-subbing groups in the country is due, on the one hand, to domestic protection of intellectual property rights in foreign films, as well as the fact that the importation of foreign films should be subject to the regulations on the introduction and broadcasting of foreign television programs, as mentioned earlier. On the other hand, it could also be read as a challenge to government's hegemonic official censorship by means of translation. Comparative reading of novel retranslations from Taiwan and the mainland may serve as a key indicator for gaining a more thorough knowledge of how censorship as a fundamental social political factor influencing translation decisions. So in Taiwanese translations, the same kok word is translated differently into Chinese, including injing, which means penis as a biomedical terminology. Mingens means lifeline or lifeblood, and shati means lower body. As a filthy slang term, cock has been translated into 3 distinct words in traditional Chinese, all of which are either medicalized or euphemized by eliminating its inherent vulgarity. Although penis is a biomedical term, it still keeps its focal point on the exact sexual organ. However, the other 2 renditions, mingens, lifeline or lifeblood, and xiati, meaning lower body, have stretched the semantic field compared to the original signifier. The word mingens is polysemous in mainland Chinese and may collocate with a wide range of asexual items. It may be due to the cross-media difference that sexual organs are not blatantly exhibited to the global cinema audience as long as it is not a film of hardcore pornography. But in the original novel, the mentioning of sexual organs are essential in narrating the story for the peach scene. In the case studies, the translations of the organs form a sharp contrast in the 2 societies, Taiwan and mainland China. It needs to be noticed that as opposed to the stringent censorship mechanisms in the mainland, Taiwan has abolished its publishing law in 1999 when Li Tenghui was in office. But in the Taiwanese context, based on the corpus data shown in the Academia Sinica Balanced Corpus of Modern Chinese in Taiwan, mingens is a less metaphorical and more associated with the male genital. From the result, only 2 out of 10 sentences are not directly related to the sexual organ. Sentence 1 shows land is the lifeblood of farmers, and sentence 8, leather shoes are my dad's lifeblood. This can be further evidenced by the collocations of the word with genitalia at the top, according to the National Institute of Education Semantic Field Word Search System, also in Taiwan. Therefore, it can be argued that mingens is more euphemistic but semantically clear in the Taiwanese literary system for the target reader's text-based comprehension. Despite its extended semantic as a form of euphemism, xiati, lower body, as another rendition makes it clear to translation readers what it refers to. Without the publication censorship in Taiwan, the translation adaptations are not legal bound decisions, but could be regarded as the results of its social cultural context. In contrast, these translations are replaced by 身体, meaning body, 下半身, meaning lower half of the body, and 阳刚之力, meaning masculine power in its mainland retranslation. In contrast to the Taiwanese translations, mainland versions defocus the sexual organ by widening the semantic field of the signifier or metaphoricizing the notion, making it impossible for target readers, even with the support of the context, to match the words with their sensual imaginations. The desexualization of sexual organs also occurs in the mainland versions of translations of, for example, anus and vagina, where metonymy as the figure of speech has been used to swap the name of the organ for that of another with whom it is related. Metonymy has been used as a means responding to the censorship in translating anus into male and vagina into female. In contrast, the Taiwanese version includes literal translations for both. The translation of sexual activities is subject to the same legislative laws governing gay material as the translation of sexual organs stated above. However, the mainland is quite versatile in its translation tactics when dealing with censorship of the sensitive content. Mainland China, in fact, employs a flexible translation approach in order to legitimize its translations while also satisfying the market demand among its readers. Taiwanese translation as shown here, you can see Taiwan and mainland. Taiwanese translation shown here does not avoid translating homoerotic content. Rather, it follows the source text almost verbatim. The mainland translation, however, adopts different translation decisions. For example, say, plant the seed inside me. Here, I planted the seed into the peaches as if I were performing a ritual of life. So this is plant the seed inside me is the most effective of the 4 sentences in conveying the original information except for its literariness. The literary treatment of explicit sexual depictions ensures that the target language reader understands the message in the source language as much as possible, while at the same time desexualizing the target text and thus bypassing the surveillance from censorship. In dealing with the expressions "suck me" and "orgasm," which are directly tied to physicality, the mainland version attempts to erase the overtly sexualized expressions and replace them with emotional ones. In this approach, the physicality between the male lovers is downplayed while the emotionality is accentuated. From the above analysis, it can be safely concluded that the strategies adopted by the mainland in dealing with the translation of the fragments depicting homosexual behaviors is to emotionalize and literify them. However, this literification strategy is not carried over into the translation of Alios's Ovidian fantasy. Instead, mainland translation chooses to zero translate Ovid, and which is an important Roman poet best known for the Metamorphoses, without explaining this influential literary figure in the form of translation additions such as footnotes, thereby disconnecting readers who are unfamiliar with Western literary classics to connect Ovid to the preceding story scenes. In fact, the allusion of Alios's Ovidian fantasy is heavily loaded with its mythological reference. In Ovidian way, Alio achieves his sexual fantasy of Oliver through the bruised peach. He envisions the peach pit as Oliver's anus in a way that Apollo fantasizes the laurel tree as his beloved Daphne. Given the way the Ovidian fantasy is translated in the mainland, target readers are unable to comprehend what it refers to on a literary level, thus detaching themselves from their erotic or homoerotic fantasies, perhaps because there's so many literary and cultural factors involved that only a thick translation can explain the connections. It is coincidental that the Taiwanese version also adopts an evasive strategy in explaining Ovid, but the Taiwanese version does not immediately toss Ovid as a name that has no significance in the Chinese context directly to its readers. Rather, it translates the name by replacing it with Oliver. On the one hand, readers do not need to be well-versed in Greco-Roman mythology to understand Alios's act of projecting his sexual fantasy of Oliver onto the peach. On the other hand, such a translation strategy deprives readers of reading the author's implicit narrative act behind the explicit narrative process that underpins the entire story, which is one of the main reasons why the novel has the name as such. And here comes my conclusions. Translation as a social political act is inevitably subject to the specific historical and cultural contexts of the regions in which it takes place. When seen through the lens of historical development, male homosexual discourse in China has undergone a number of changes, ranging from indigenous literature to medical translation, as well as modern literary translation and film and fan-subbing translation. The cultural and political factors that drive such transformations are particularly prominent in diverse historical periods. The state's publishing censorship mechanism as reflected in the present translation of homosexual literature, as well as the regulations on the administration of publication and regulations on the introduction and broadcasting of foreign television programs, regulate the translation and publication practices of both translators and publishers. The toned-down film version provides a safe harbor for Fantopia's fan-subbing translation techniques. Although it fails to prove the influence of censorship on the translation of male homoeroticism, it could also be read as a challenge to government's hegemonic official censorship by means of translation. This also dovetails the research findings that Jamie Zhao has elaborated in her most recent paper called Queer Chinese Media and Pop Culture, challenging the Western-centric scholarship in arguing a rigid prohibition of homosexual content in mainland China due to the strict censorship. However, translation acts initiated by collaborative translation groups such as Fantopia and the translator of Call Me By Your Name, initiated by Shanghai Yazhong Culture Company, Communication Company in collaboration with Foreign Language Teaching and Research Press, in either explicit or implicit ways can be read as a negotiable space for self-identification or earning wider visibility within the LGBTQ+ community and beyond, no matter how small in scale as they are as compared to the grand official narrative forces. In Chinese literary translations, when the translation of the Taiwanese version is pitted against the retranslation of the mainland version, the process and reasoning behind the translators' and editors' actions can be understood more clearly. According to the findings of my research, the translation and editing behavior of the peach scene under censorship exhibits the following characteristics of partial blockage, which results in partial translations, whereby censorship or self-censorship driven omissions, shifts of meaning, or the modulation of overall author tone necessarily change the intentions of the author, according to Professor Tan. First and foremost, the semantic range is broadened and the specific reference is deflated in the translation of specific sexual organs, and the reader's emphasis on specific sexual organs is removed through rhetorical techniques such as metonymy. Secondly, the translation of the sexual act is treated in an emotional and literary way, and the reader's attention to the text is changed. Thirdly, when dealing with classical stories of Western literature with sexual innuendo, a zero translation, zero elaboration strategy is adopted to bypass censorship on the one hand and effectively reduce readers' self-projected sexual fantasies about the text on the other. The translation strategies as such can be seen as being subject to or conforming to the dominant heteropatriarchal expectations in the Chinese society, whereas similar to Fantopia's fan-subbing acts, the cooperation between YCCC and FLTRP mentioned earlier is likely subversive and resistant per se. Following this vein, I argue that unlike the liberal Taiwanese society where faithful translations are easily found with the abolished publishing law in 1999, conformity and subversion can both be found in the translation acts for homoeroticism under the PRC's stringent censorship mechanisms. And here are my references. Thanks very much for your time, and sorry for the technical issue.
That's okay. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No. We'll have a couple of minutes for questions. So let's see if our audience has questions. Yes.
Should I come forward, or is it?
Can you hear? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Forward.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your research. I'm from Taiwan, or partially from Taiwan. I teach at a translation interpretation program in Taiwan. And I'm curious if your research covers the identities of the translators at all, because it's a very curious phenomenon that we have hundreds of translations, translation interpretation programs. We graduate hundreds and hundreds of students. It's extremely popular in China and Taiwan to get a degree in translation. But from my own experience and knowledge, we do not. I don't think there is enough instruction, or not instruction, enough workshops or seminars or just discussion in general of how to read a text. It's also, there's also a lack of understanding your own identity and where your ideology comes from. For example, in Taiwan, the suppression of sexuality is less to do with an autocratic society or a democratic society, but the Chinese culture in general, so that supersedes this. So I don't know if you see there's a correlation between how translation is taught and how these identities are maybe obscured or suppressed, because I do think there is a relationship.
Excellent question. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much for your question. Because Call Me By Your Name, I mean, the Chinese mainland version of the translation of Call Me By Your Name actually is from the same translator based in Taiwan. So, usually speaking, if we were to translate the same work into Chinese, Taiwan will have her own translator, and Chinese mainland will employ another translator to retranslate that. But Call Me By Your Name is it's kind of a borrowing experience. So we just borrow what has been translated in Taiwan, and then we edited and republished in the Chinese mainland. So that's why I'm pitting them against each other to see what happened when it traveled to Chinese mainland.
That's really interesting. I never thought it was the same. It was the same translator. So that's really a good comparison. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question.
I think that what should be commended, I mean, generally speaking, is the work done by these collective translation groups. Because there is really a real drive to introduce Western works. I mean, as you said, to the general public. When my I teach translation studies, and a few students that we have in the UK, quite a few, are Chinese. And when we translate works of literature into Chinese, the usual question is who is the readership, or who is the audience? Who are we translating for? And my Chinese students say that they normally say it's not for a young Chinese viewer, because university students, Chinese university students, are bilingual in the sense that, they speak English, they are. So it's normally, this is what they say, my students, these pieces of work are for a general public, exactly like you said initially, for monolingual speakers. So I think that, whatever their attempt is, and I understand the limitations of what you have shown us, there is a real effort to, let the works travel, across continents. And there is, in a way, an activist drive behind this. Would you agree?
Yeah, I think so. Because it is interesting to notice that when I read, Amazon readers' feedback, or, there is also a platform called Douban, which is very famous for readers to write to leave their reviews on the translated work. So I was, it is interesting to find that many Chinese readers will, do that in parallel. So sometimes, especially for this, the text, which is, heavily, loaded with sexually explicit content, they will try to trace back to the original novel and see whether it has been translated literally or not, and will then blame for the censorship, and then, things like that.
Yeah. And therefore generating more debate.
Well, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, it can only be healthy. Thank you so much. We've come to the end of our session. Thank you to Raffaele and Lee. Tell me how to pronounce your name, please. Lee.
Hui. You can call me Ray. Yeah.
Thank you to both of you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye.
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 Vasiliki first.
Yes.
And I will introduce her by explaining to you that she is a PhD student at the University of Bologna. And she worked before, her project, maybe I should talk about the project first. This is the project in Bologna. And that's something that you're presenting, a bit of it, I'm guessing, today about.
Yes, kind of, yeah.
And it is focusing on the various ways in which the Homeric character of Penelope has been received, translated, interpreted in English, French, Modern Greek, Italian and Portuguese literatures, and many intersecting literatures, especially after the second wave of the feminist movement and after the Me Too movement. She holds a BA in classic from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki.
Thessaloniki, yes.
And a double master's degree in European literary cultures from the University of Strasbourg and the University of Bologna. The title of your paper is The Maids, the Sluts, a case study of contemporary sexism in translation of the Odyssey. Thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you for having me. Is it okay if I sit or it's not? Okay, can I sit or not? It's not okay. So
I think you can.
Okay.
You can sit.
Okay.
I think the microphone is there. All I was going to say is that would we rather have questions at the end, or do we want to have questions after each paper?
Like for how this presentation is, I think that you would prefer in the end.
I want to see on the paper later, so it would be good for me, but then it's just for me.
I don't know whether it's easier for the people online. That's what I've noticed. But yeah. Okay. Your way, and if you want me, I can give you 2 minutes to 20, if that's okay.
Yes, that's really good. Thank you. Okay, so hello, good morning, and thank you for having me. Yes, I'm working on Penelope and on the receptions of Penelope, but in this case, we're not going to talk about her. We're going to talk about the maids. So the maids of the Odyssey, they are minor characters, and they are characters that we usually don't remember. So the first question is, how did we get to remember the maids? So readers of the Odyssey will remember, and this is a famous incipit now of Eric Auerbach of Mimesis, who was underlying the special relationship that is always created between the text and its reader. So readers of the Odyssey, yes, will remember, according to him, the moment when Euryclea washes Odysseus' foot and sees the scar, and we have the big recognition, no? But another close reader of the Odyssey remembered a group of minor characters who are these maids of ours, if we accept to call them that way. And in her new version of the Homeric tale, which was published in 2005 by Canongate, she made a tragic chorus out of them, or maybe we could call it also burlesque. And this close reader is no other than Margaret Atwood. And her book is well known, and it's also hard to categorize it, which is the Penelopiad. So Atwood said, "I've always been haunted by the hanged maids." She says that in her introduction, and in the Penelopiad, so is Penelope herself. And so in this version, as Jeremy Rosen would say, these minor Odyssean characters had their day. And so does every reader or spectator of Atwood's retelling of the Odyssey remembers them from that moment. So here there is, for example, a photo of a theater performance of Atwood's Penelopiad, where we have exactly the chorus of the maids. So who are the maids in the Odyssey? When do we see them? We see them in the 22nd book when we have the killing of the suitors. So basically after the suitors' stage, we have Odysseus who gives orders to Euryclea before, and he says, please call here those women that in the past have contrived shameful deeds. And afterwards, he says we have to clean all of the room and call also the women so that they help you, and then lead the women out of the room because they are considered to be dirty from that moment on, because they mix their hands with blood and all. And then kill them until they forget the joys of Aphrodite, which they had with the suitors when they lay with them in secrets. But then we have Telemachus, who takes initiative, and he decides another death for these maids. He says, let it be by no clean death that I take the lives of these women who on my own head have poured reproaches and on my mother as they continually slept with the suitors. So this is how it's translated in the Loeb edition of the Odyssey. You have here the ancient Greek text, and we're gonna analyze it now in the various translations. So for me, it was really interesting going back, like after reading Atwood and after reading Emily Wilson's translation of the Odyssey, who comments a lot on this passage and on translating this passage. It was really interesting going back to compare various Homeric translations in various languages, since we agree with Edith Hall that in our days it's translation that gives this access through to the classics. Now we have like the percentage of people that read ancient Greek and Latin is getting lower and lower, and that is for sure logical. And so we have to see which are the texts with which we teach Homer at school, which are the texts that we teach Homer at university, and which are the texts, the translations that people choose when they want to approach the Homeric text. And Milvan Parry said that the problem with the Homeric text is that it belongs to a culture that is thoroughly other. And it's so far away from us that he asks himself, is there any meaningful way that it can become comprehensible to us? Can we understand it? And of course that we remember, of course, George Steiner's words, that he said, to understand is to translate. So in order to understand it, we have to find a way to translate this other, this foreign that we cannot that much empathize with. So I put them in chronological order, but I mix the languages. So the first one is in English, but then we're gonna see other languages. And we start with the bad case, let's say. So it's in 1961. It's an English translation in verses. It's Robert Fitzgerald, and it's considered an author translation, because Fitzgerald is also was also a poet. He was a classicist, but also a poet. So we start to see this extreme domestication that we usually see in the Anglophone, in the translations of the Anglophone world. What does Fitzgerald do? He translates, tell those women who were the suitors harlots to come here. Harlots. This doesn't exist in the Greek text. In the Greek text is gynexi. Gynexi is gynekes, it's women. As the Loeb also translate, we have women there. And we're going to see that most of the times, usually we have women. We don't have suitors harlots. Then direct the women, take them outside, these women, okay, hack them with your sword blades, so you cut every thought of sweet Aphrodite under the rutting suitors when they lay down in secret. Okay, that we can also leave it for now. But then we have Telemachus' words. Okay, so it's all the time like the three passages you see. It's the first words of Odysseus, the second passage, and the third one is Telemachus' words, who says, I will not give the clean death of a beast to trolls who made a mockery of my mother and of me too. You sluts. So we also have the second plural person, which we don't have in the original text. You sluts who lay with the suitors. So not only that, but we come back to talking about katharo thanato would be a clean death, actually. But clean death of a beast is something that Fitzgerald adds, because usually you have the beast that you have to give a clean death, and they don't even deserve that. That's what he said. They're so dirty that they don't even deserve that. To trolls, to sluts. So we have a lot of introduction of insulting vocabulary, and I believe that this is a case of absolute domestication in the text, because it's a way to make it sound much more close to the culture and the literature, the vocabulary that people would read in those times, like this type of the maids considered to be whores just because they were obliged to sleep with the suitors. Then we go to the Italian translation by Calzecchi Onesti, which is like the most important one until our times. It has been reprinted. It is reprinted all the time. It's still the translation of Einaudi in Italy. So we see, tu comanda alle donne che vengano a quelle che prima male azioni facevano. Here we have donne, women, ok. Fatelo fare alle donne, condotte le schiave fuori. Qui con schiave, here with schiave, Colloquium translates vmoes, which is this vmoes. It's here in the second line, which is like this term that for Emily Wilson could be considered to be an untranslatable from the Greek. Like maybe also Barbara Cassin would introduce it to the lexicon, no? Because they are servants, but they're not slaves exactly, and they're not also the kind of the kind of servants that we would have in our modern times. So we have this mixed state where we don't know exactly how to translate them. So some choose to translate them women again, and they don't change the term. Colloquium she changes it, she says scave, and as we're going to see afterwards, also other people choose sclaves or doules, which is the respective term for in modern Greek. A tutte strappiate la vita, scordino l'Afrodite, che i pretendenti godevano, unendosi furtivamente. Here we also have a comment, so like furtivamente, it's not something exactly that we do find in the ancient text, but it's a slight modification if we compare it to what Fitzgerald did before. Non certo con morte pulita toglieremo il respiro a quelle che sul mio capo versavano insulti e che i pretendenti giacevano. Invece qui, here, however, in Colloquium she uses actually the pronoun, which we actually see in the original text. So in the original text, we have evi, which is after it's here. This is exactly the pronoun, so of those that, so he points at them, Telemachus, we can imagine that he points at them. And that's exactly what these women, we have also at the Love translation. Here we saw already that we had something completely different. Colloquium she returns to that, a quelle che, demonstrating exactly about whom she's talking. Then we go to Emilio Villa, a poet, an avant-garde poet. In Italy, he's not a canonical author. However, his translation of the Odyssey is published by Feltrinelli, another really important publishing house in Italy, and it's being reprinted again and again. And the interesting thing with the Emilio Villa's translation is that he knew Sanskrit and he also knew Hebrew. So he usually tries to find really different terms in order, especially for the epithets in Homer. Like he usually wants to reconduct everything to proto-Mediterranean term of the ancient mother and all that. However, here we don't see anything that's strange, let's say. So it's le donne, then again the donne. Then he doesn't choose a servant term, or he doesn't say ancelle, for example, that could be a term that he could use, or he doesn't choose scave, he chooses concubine. But still, anyway, it's not that insulting, let's say, as a term. Fino a che ti avranno scordato, ok? Adesso ritorniamo, we go back to the pronoun. Adesso è la vita con una morte pura. Then we have the modern Greek one. So the modern Greek one, in the first case, we have sclaves. So from the beginning, they're not women. Kazantzakis and Kakridis, this is the translation of Kazantzakis, very important Greek writer and poet and translator. They choose sclaves from the beginning. And then they also choose doules, which is another term to say scave, to say slaves. And then we have again the pronoun. So again, saftes. So we haven't seen yet another insulting term as the one we saw in Fitzgerald. Then we go back to Latimore. Latimore is the Harper perennial edition publication, and has been used since today, like up until today. It is the one used always at the university, in Anglophone universities, both in England, in America, almost everywhere. It is considered a much canonical translation. So we see women, maid servants, and then we have these creatures. So basically, they're not considered people anymore. They are considered something, I don't know, a medium state or something. Maybe we can talk about it afterwards. I really want to see what you also think about that, because it's, Then we go to Jacotet. He chooses femme, la servante, and then Jacotet is very subtle with what he chooses, because then he says passer la nuit, like that they pass the night, they spend the night with the suitors. He doesn't choose even to say that they slept with them. We don't even have that. Then we go to Giovanna Bemporad. Giovanna Bemporad, even though she is a woman, and she's one of the few women that we have as translators of the Odyssey, she is a woman that looks back to the 19th century. So usually she looks back to the translations of Pindemonte, and she goes back to Leopardi. Also, her models are not her contemporary models, let's say, and that we can see that also because she chooses to translate in decasyllables, which is something that in the 70s no one did. And it's also true that her translation seems a lot archaic for the Italian reader. It seems something out of its time. And it's really interesting. I included it here because a part of Donne e Ancelle, she, who is a woman, decides to call them cagne, which could be explained why, because in the ancient Greek text, Helen of Troy usually, but not only her, also other people, also other characters, she uses the term kinopis. So kinopis would be the one who has a dog face, which would be what we also say we use in English when we say bitch, but it wasn't a gendered insulting word. So the thing is that when we say cagne in Italian, or when we use the term bitch, in English, it has a specific direction towards women. It's not something that we would say to a male usually. So it is interesting that even though she's a woman, she chooses to call them cagne, which there would be the pronoun in the ancient text. So that would be the quelle che, those women, and she chooses that. And then we go back to Fagles. Fagles is the Penguin editions, the most, the one that has sold more than any other edition in poet editions, not in prose. It has been reprinted a lot of times. It still is the Penguin edition up until now. And so Fagles follows the Fitzgerald tradition. You tell those women to hurry here at once, make the women pitch in too, okay. No clean death for the likes of them. So already we have something different. You sluts, the suitor's horse. And we can really see here how he follows the example of the president of Fitzgerald. Then we have Maronitis edition, which is the modern Greek one, the one that it's been circulating the last years in Greece. Really important translation, which I included it because it's interesting. He starts with women slaves. So he doesn't just say slaves, which could be already gendered in Greek. So when we say doules, we already understand when you talk about women, because if not, we would have another ending in the word, no? But he says women slaves, then he says slaves again, doules, and then in the end he says erota canondas metsumistires, which would be those that made love with the suitors. So here I believe it to be, he softens it, right? Like they didn't make love probably with the suitors because they were obliged to do that. They were slaves. They had to sleep with them. It is a romantic way to see it. And it is as it was seen for many centuries, that they fall in love with those men. But still, it is a comment of the translator, and it's worth commenting. Then we have the Italian translation by Franco Ferrari. I didn't include the middle one because it didn't have anything particular, but also here we see that he goes back to queste donne, so the pronoun that shows, and donne, so we don't have anything. He does blink to tramavano, no? We do have the metaphor of Penelope here. So as followers of Penelope, they were tramavano azioni infami, no? So that could be also interesting. Then we have Ciani, again, queste donne. So we see that usually the Italian school, let's say, it's a lot traditional, a lot attentive to what they choose. And then we go back to French. C'est femme, again, femme servante, okay. And then I arrived to Wilson. So Wilson, what is really important with her is that she is the first woman to translate the Odyssey, no? And it is already striking the fact that we had to arrive to 2018 to have the first translation by a woman of the Odyssey. In a language when we saw how many translations circulate in general, like these were nothing. And Wilson is very much aware of that. She also wrote a whole chapter on her experience of translating Homer as a woman. And she says that there are particular challenges into translating the Odyssey when you're a feminist. So she knows that she's doing something different and that she has to go back and slowly deconstruct what the others had done, no? Because she challenges a tradition. And she chose the iambic pentameter because she also wanted to inscribe herself in that tradition, the long tradition of English poetry from Milton and afterwards, showing that a woman is not only capable of translating and translating well, but of creating a new poem that would be read by the English, by the Anglophone readers, and having pleasure, no, but feeling pleasure in reading it. For Wilson, it's women, girls. Like we also see this switch from women to them state of being also young women who still, they don't even have the power that a woman wife would have usually, no? And we also have the term, they lay beside the suitors. Again, not sleep with, it's not for sure made love, it doesn't have anything to do with love and romantic relationships. And we don't have all of the insulting vocabulary that we had before. So my question also was that, is that only Wilson who enters the text with the conscience of being a feminist? Or is it that everyone after the Me Too will, and after Atwood's Penelopiad, will go back to it, translating it differently? But then we have the new French translation of Emmanuel Lascaux. And here we have, for example, femme servante. We have a comment. So he says, get them out of this room, trop beau pour elle, which is it's much beautiful. It's too much beautiful for them. So they are so dirty that they cannot be in this room. We don't have this comment in the Homeric text. He adds that. And then again, toutes celles qui m'ont marché sur la tête, like he creates this metaphor now that all of them who walked on my head, actually, qui m'ont accablé d'insultes, qui ont piétiné ma mère pour aller coucher avec le prétendant. So the choice of the verb coucher in this time in French is very much indicative of the fact that we don't talk about, for sure we don't have a feminist translation as we have in Wilson. So it was interesting for me that in the ancient Greek texts, in these passages, we have three terms with which it is used. We have gynekes, which is donne, which is women. We have moes, which would be this untranslatable that we said. And then we have the demonstrative pronoun that we say evi, no, those there. And yeah, so you can see a bit thing that is created. Whilst the other thing is that this paratemnistirsi iavon, like so that this laying besides the suitors, how this is being translated, arriving to, in the Greek version, making love with the suitors, and then in the versions that we saw of Fitzgerald and Fagles, that we have the insulting vocabulary. So that's it. Homer obviously didn't invite his translators for steaks because, of course, he's not here, and that's a pity, but that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Proviamo a few questions?
Yes, for sure. Yes.
I've calculated about 2 minutes. I'm trying my best to keep time. Yeah. So do we have questions?
Yeah, maybe just a quick question on Kanye. So the
Yes.
relation of Kanye, which seems to be very, very strong. So I was wondering, because I've been looking at the translation into Italian of the postmodern feminist text, Spanish text. In particular, it's Zida, Devenir Petra, which means to become a beach, which has been translated in 2015 with the term Cagna, which is a very strong term, and it was a term that wouldn't have been used, for example, before a movement like Cagna Showed, our collective in Italy was born, which reclaimed that word in a feminist way, because otherwise it's very like a derogative term. So I wanted to know why that choice was made. Was it also because of a misinterpretation of the Kinopides,
Kinopis, yes.
Kinopis. The term that look like, they look like beaches, or was it a specific?
Do you want to repeat the question, or what the team is, in case they couldn't hear the question?
Yes. So,
I'm not sure we can move it.
Yeah. So the question was why was the term Kanye probably chosen? Like what was the reason behind this choice? So since Bemporat had this thing of looking back to Leopardi and to Pindemonte and to Monti, so the super big Italian translations of the 19th century, I believe that it's much more an influence from that than of what was going on around her, because she was also translating using vocabulary that wasn't that much of her decades at least. And also we saw that also from for her choice of the indecasyllable no, and also from other choices that she did for the formulas. She used to choose terms that people who were translating Homer the same years that she didn't choose that much. And we find Kanye as an insulting epithet towards Helen, for example, the one that we found that we found these in the 19th century translations. So I think that is a link to that. Yes, I don't think that it's a revindication of the term for sure.
Definitely.
No, from her, no, I don't think so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I would have maybe question, remark, I don't know. I think it would be really interesting to understand why did they need to say that those women were treated as sluts, because I think it has more to do with how women that slept with, let's say, the enemy were perceived during that period. I think, maybe identify when they started to use that.
I think that this has to do with the whole period of the domestication in translation in the Anglophone world, especially in the second part of the 20th century. So there is this thing that this scene in the Odyssey is a really shocking scene that we also don't understand why these women had to die this way. That is also what Atwood says, but every critic says that actually. Like, we arrive to this scene and you're like, okay, we understand why the suitors were treated like that, but why did these women have to die like that? And why did Telemachus change also the order of his father? So I believe that when the translators arrived there, they already had this urge to make it much more, to apply it more to their readers, to say, okay, so how would the reader of the contemporary to Fitzgerald or to Fagel's reader consider these women? They would consider them sluts. They would consider them whores.
That would give a meaning to that gesture.
That would give a meaning to that gesture. If Telemachus considers them whores, which probably he did, even though we don't have it in the Homeric text, but if he did consider them like that, then we do understand it. Yeah. And then they also, for the reader, it becomes much more evident,
So it's an interpretation.
It also makes more
I think that
a judgment of Telemachus on the women than actually that they were
Exactly.
concubines, or if you see what I mean.
Exactly.
It makes his prejudice or his understanding, personal judgment, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it is also a catch to the reader, because when the reader sees sluts, whores, like it becomes exciting at that moment, because it's like, okay, but what?
But if we're women.
Exactly, that's the thing, that not if for women. But how many women were reading Fitzgerald's poetry translation at the time that Fitzgerald was published?
Maybe they didn't understand also the culture behind it. So I think it's also a problem that they did not understand the gesture, so they give it the meaning, so they must have been sluts.
Exactly. And also, like, Fitzgerald comes also before the 68. So like before the 68, we also still have a huge part of the women community, that they go against these things. Like they read that and they are, okay, of course they were sluts. So like it becomes something that we accept, actually. So that there is also a problem. For me, it's more problematic Fagles, which comes in the 90s, and he still chooses to translate it like that.
And that's a very prominent still, isn't it?
It is very prominent, but also Fitzgerald is very prominent. It's the vintage translation. They are also very economical ones because they cost less than 10 euros, for example. And Fitzgerald is the vintage, and Fagles is the Penguin translation in the poetry one. The other one is Rue, which is before the 48, in the 40 something. It's before the 50s, Rue, the prose translation of Penguin. So we also see that they are still buying it like crazy. That's it.
Convenience is important as well. Yeah. So let's stop here. Maybe we have some room after.
Of course.
But I think we need to get the second speaker. Let's see. Is that?
Can I take that?
Oh. Is this one? No.
No. I can just.
Oh, you go. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Okay.
Fantastic. Thanks.
Wonderful.
Is that bye? Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Yes.
Can you hear me fine?
I need to share my screen. With
yes,
you.
correct.
Yes.
While you do that, I introduce you, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you.
And again, my Spanish is very minimal, so I will translate your bio into English the best I can. I did give it a go, so I hope it's okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, good. Yes. So Bai Zimeng is a PhD student of literary translation, the history of translation at the Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona. She studied previously Hispanic philology at the University of Nankai. I hope it's okay.
Okay.
And has a master, an MA in translation and intercultural studies from the University Autónoma de Barcelona. She has also publications. She's published in a few journals and has a particular interest in her translation of La Base Cultural de la Educación China. Is that correct?
Yes, very well.
Which she wrote with Gu Mingyan at the Universidad Normal de Pekin. So I left it in Spanish because that's better than my Chinese. So
yes, thank you.
I hope it's all right. And actually, I leave the title to Bai so she can do it in Spanish, if that's okay.
Yes, thank you. And then if you
time.
have any questions, I can answer in English, I think.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you.
Yes.
Good.
Thank you. Yes.
Let's go.
Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect.
Yes. Hola a todos. Me llamo Bai Zhimeng y soy doctoranda de Departamento de Traducción, Interpretación y Estudios de Asia Oriental de la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona. Y mi tema de hoy es la traducción de la poesía de Li Qingzhao al castellano, antologías publicadas en España. La estructura está compuesta por 4 apartados: biografía y obras poéticas de Li Qingzhao, difusión y traducción de sus poemas en España, antologías dedicadas exclusivamente a su poesía y un estudio comparativo de las diferentes versiones de un poema famoso de ella, una drama de Ciruelo. Ante todo, Li Qingzhao poeta nacida en 1084 y 1155, es poeta china de la dinastía Song, conocida con el sobrenombre de Ermidania Yan, goza de una celebridad tanto horizontal como vertical. Su poesía ocupa una posición de importancia extrema en la literatura china, no solo por sus obras poéticas que añaden voces femeninas a un escenario literario dominado por hombres, sino también por sus reflexiones sobre la composición de poemas desde una perspectiva ontológica, que ha dado a este género un lugar propio que antes no tenía, y que lo han convertido desde un mero entretenimiento cortesano en un original modo de expresarse. Ahora vemos sus creaciones poéticas. Es que sus creaciones poéticas se vinculan estrechamente con sus experiencias vitales y pueden ser divididas en 3 etapas. La primera, desde su nacimiento hasta 1101, el año de su casamiento con el epigrafista Zhao Mingcheng, y la segunda etapa desde sus nupcias hasta el año 1127, el año que tuvo lugar el incidente de Jinkang, y la tercera etapa desde este año hasta su muerte. Su poesía se caracteriza por la expresión de emociones mediante la descripción paisajística, en la que aparecen espectaculares elementos de paisaje natural, como flores, aves o estaciones. Según el historiador Yuan Xingpei en su libro Historia de la literatura china, la poeta utilizaba palabras sencillas y a veces coloquiales para expresar con exactitud los sentimientos complicados y las emociones caprichosas, manifestar con valentía el perseguimiento al amor y escribir de manera viva y extensa su propio mundo interior. La difusión y la traducción de sus poemas en España también es considerable. Por un lado, hay varias traducciones esporádicas de sus poemas en algunos artículos de investigación sobre ella, como los 2 artículos, ambos de la traductora Pilar González España, y también una sinóloga muy famosa. Y además hay muchas antologías que contienen parte de su poesía o que dedican únicamente a su poesía. Hemos encontrado 4 antologías dedicadas exclusivamente a su poesía, que son Poemas escogidos de Li Qingzhao, Poesía completa, 60 poemas para cantar, La flor de ciruelo, las 3 de Pilar González España, y Jade Pro, Poemas para cantar, de Miguel Salas Díaz. Estos son los 4 libros. Y ahora realizamos una comparación y un análisis de las 4 antologías. Ante todo, las 2 antologías, Poemas escogidos de Li Qingzhao y La flor de ciruelo, son antologías selectas. Sus similitudes consisten en que han seleccionado las mismas 27 composiciones de la poeta, divididas en 3 categorías: poemas de juventud y primavera, poemas de la separación y poemas de la vejez y de la muerte. Además, ambas cuentan con una pequeña presentación de la traductora en la cubierta y unos datos biográficos de ella, basados principalmente en inscripciones en bronce y piedra. Un libro realizado por ella y su marido. Sin embargo, sus diferencias consisten en que la primera es una edición monolingüe, en que los títulos de los poemas van acompañados con sus sonidos en pinyin del chino, mientras que la segunda es bilingüe, en la que el texto original en chino y la traducción española son colocados de manera paralela. Sin embargo, se percibe que las de 2003 son más completas que las de 2011. En la primera, cada poema cuenta con unas notas que detallan la perspectiva histórica de su creación, analizan su estilo o explican algunos de los elementos culturales, mientras que en la segunda solo son acompañadas con notas las composiciones que contienen problemas difíciles de comprender para los lectores. Y las otras dos antologías, 60 poemas para contar y Jade Puro, son las dos únicas recopilaciones de la obra poética completa de la poeta publicadas hasta la actualidad. La primera contiene paratextos que responden a una serie de cuestiones en torno a la poeta y la poesía que cultivaba y proporciona informaciones sobre la edición y sobre la traducción propiamente, mientras que la segunda está constituida solamente por el prólogo, las traducciones, el índice y la bibliografía. Y ahora queremos realizar un estudio comparativo de las diferentes versiones de una trama de Ciruelo, un poema muy famoso de la poeta. Se considera que este poema fue creada después de poco tiempo después de sus nupcias, cuando su marido estaba fuera de casa por trabajo. Este poema está compuesto por un modelo melódico de dos estrofas, mientras que cada una de las estrofas dispone de 6 versos. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 versos. El primero y el cuarto verso de cada estrofa tiene 7 caracteres, mientras que los otros tiene 4 caracteres. Y aquí es el poema original y la traducción literal propia realizada por mí. Y ante todo realizamos un estudio de las estrategias tomadas en la transformación o en la traducción de la estructura general. Se puede ver, según el poema original, que el número de versos en la traducción, los traductores lo han aumentado a 21 y 17. Mientras que Miguel Salas Díaz ha mantenido el número de estrofas en 2 y Pilar González España ha aumentado el número de estrofas en 10. Sus motivos consisten, según el prólogo, que quiere seguir una disposición más vertical que horizontal para resaltar la sincronía del poema y a la vez alargarlo en la mente y en los ojos del lector, dando así más tiempo al lenguaje poético. La tabulación ha servido para asimilar momentáneamente palabras dentro de su contexto y cuya resonancia era digna de destacar, o para ofrecer a través del blanco de la página toda esta dimensión inaccesible del pasivo. En segundo lugar, en cuanto a la traducción de los versos concretos, también han tomado diferentes medidas. Por ejemplo, en el primer caso, ha añadido sentidos no ocultos o no existentes en el verso original. En ese caso, la traducción literal del verso es: se caen las flores y se desliza el agua. Mientras que en la traducción se dice como: las flores se marchitan, pero las aguas fluyen como siempre, igual que nuestro amor. Y se puede ver que los sentidos añadidos son igual que nuestro amor. En ese caso, estas palabras son utilizadas para expresar mejor, con más claridad, los sentimientos expresados por la poeta. En el segundo caso, la estrategia utilizada es plasmar una palabra por otra, más concreta. Por ejemplo, en el sentido, el verso original dice: la tristeza acaba de caer de las cejas y llega al corazón, mientras que en la traducción se expresa lágrimas que desde mis ojos caen, desde mi corazón ascienden. En ese caso, la tristeza está plasmada por lágrimas, que también funcionan para expresar con más claridad las emociones de la poeta. Y por último, en los poemas clásicos chinos siempre hay muchos culturemas o elementos culturales que siempre tienen un sentido metafórico que funciona para añadir un matiz pintoresco al poema. Y esos elementos culturales o culturemas, según la profesora Lucía Molina de la Universidad Autónoma de Barcelona, al entrar en contacto con otra cultura a través de la traducción, pueden provocar el problema de índole cultural entre los textos origen y meta. Y en este poema hemos encontrado 3 culturemas o elementos culturales que contienen un significado figurado o metafórico. La primera se dice yu dian en chino y su significado literal es estela de bambú. Sin embargo, su significado figurado es estela de bambú, tan fina y bien tallada como jade. En ese caso, jade es el primer carácter, yu. Y en el segundo caso, se dice en chino jin shu, mientras que su significado literal es epístola en que los caracteres son tejidos como dibujos en la seda. Y su sentido figurado consiste en que en una historia o en un cuento, una mujer tejió una tela de seda con dibujos que podían ser leídos como un poema para expresar la añoranza a su marido, que estaba trabajando fuera. En épocas posteriores, esta palabra siempre se refería a las epístolas de amor entre parejas utilizada por muchos literatos en sus obras. Y en ese caso el sentido figurado es una carta de amor o una carta de añoranza. Y el tercer elemento se dice en chino como yan zi y significa al vuelo de las ocas salvajes. Sin embargo, esta palabra describe la forma de vuelo de las ocas salvajes. Cuando vuelan las ocas siempre están ordenadas en forma del carácter y que significa uno en castellano o ren, persona, o persona en castellano. Y por eso esta palabra significa que las ocas salvajes vuelan en forma de caracteres chinos. Y en cuanto a la traducción de esos elementos, en el primer caso se puede ver que la versión de Miguel Salas Díaz ha utilizado la traducción literal, traduciéndolo como la estela de caña, mientras que Pilar González España ha conseguido una equivalencia en la cultura de llegada, alfombra, para sustituir la estelilla. Y además ha utilizado la palabra verde para describir el color de la alfombra como jade verde, y también ha añadido un matiz pintoresco, un matiz de color a la traducción. Mientras que en el segundo caso, Miguel Salas Díaz no ha revelado el significado metafórico, el amor o la añoranza en su traducción, mientras que Pilar González España lo ha revelado como preciosos mensajes de amor. Y en el segundo caso, en el último caso, los 2 traductores han revelado la forma del vuelo de las ocas salvajes, como las ocas salvajes dibujan palabras en el cielo o vuelan en formación las ocas y parece que escribieran palabras en el cielo. En ese caso, ambas han revelado el sentido metafórico, la forma de vuelo de las ocas salvajes. En conclusión, en esta investigación sobre la poesía la traducción de la poesía de Li Qingzhao en España, podemos llegar a las conclusiones siguientes. En primer lugar, las 4 antologías de Li Qingzhao presentan esta autora preeminente con una sistematicidad sin precedentes y han conseguido traducir por primera vez su obra completa al español. Además, en la traducción del poema que hemos estudiado, una drama de ciruelo que hemos estudiado, se puede ver que los traductores prefieren la traducción libre y ha utilizado diversas estrategias para transmitir de manera más fortalecida y clara las emociones expresadas por la poeta. Y por último, en cuanto a los problemas existentes en los versos, son traducidos en la mayoría de los casos de manera fiel para plasmar los contenidos metafóricos o los contenidos ocultos en los versos originales. Y aquí está la bibliografía. Y termino por aquí y muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Are you okay if we ask you questions now?
Yes.
Yeah. So, are there questions? Would you like to ask questions to? Is it by Ximian?
Yes.
Yeah.
A curiosity.
Would you like to drop? Thank you.
Yeah. So just a curiosity. You can answer in Spanish. I can understand Spanish. I don't speak it. I could try to make the question in Spanish, but I don't. Better not.
Yes.
Why did you choose this specific poet? And do you think that the fact that it's translated by a woman made a difference? Because you seem to agree with the translation technique.
Yes, I understand. This question is that Li Qingzhao is a very famous poetess of China. It is considered to be the most famous and the most influenced poetess of China. In Spain and in the countries of Latin America, there are also many anthologies of her works, of her obras, translated into Spanish, and so that's. It is that this investigation, I have only compared 4 of the versions of this poem, Una drama de ciruelo of Li Qingzhao. But in fact, there are totally 7 versions of this poem. But the others. Los otros no están en antologías dedicadas exclusivamente a su poesía, sino en antologías que incluyen poemas de muchos otros poetas, y entre ellos destaca ella. Y por eso he seleccionado ella como una persona para profundizar la investigación. Sí, y en cuanto a la segunda pregunta, es que sí, pero yo creo que en mi caso, yo creo que el género del traductor no influye mucho en sus decisiones en la traducción. Es que la traductora Pilar González España no es solo una traductora, sino también una sinóloga que conoce muy bien la cultura china y ha estudiado mucho tiempo al chino. Y por eso yo creo que puede entender o puede conocer mejor la cultura china y por eso creo que su traducción y sus conocimientos sobre los culturemas, los elementos culturales, son mejores que al otro traductor. Y por eso traduce de manera más fiel o con más exactitud al poema, yo creo. Thank you very much.
That's interesting, because in one way you answered what I would have liked to ask as well, because kind of follow-up question was particularly the fact that it's pastoral poetry. You were explaining to us about the difficulty in understanding the landscape and using the landscape to portray emotions. So I was thinking, how well do you need to render a landscape that is not familiar to you as a translator? But you said the translator knows the China very well. So
Yes, because in the past times, for example, in the 18th of the 20th century, there are not many versions translated of the Chinese poetry to Spanish, and many of them are not translated directly, but indirectly. It is to say they are translated from Chinese to English and then from English to Spanish. Yes. Also, since the 21st century, there are more versions translated directly from Chinese to Spanish. It is because that there are more and more people in Spain that learn the Chinese. So that there are more and more translators that can translate the Chinese poetry directly from Chinese to Spanish and incluso and from Chinese to Catalan.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, thank you. Do we have questions? Are we ready for the third speaker? Yeah. Razia, is that Aragi, or that's the Italian accent? Sorry. She's going to take us now to, I think you're at the University of Michigan, aren't you? Yes. But in terms of translation, it's Iranian literature. Is that correct? Yes. Good.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we're moving around quite a lot today. I love this panel. So I'll introduce you while you prepare. Would you like to share the PowerPoint in the meantime? So,
of course.
Razi was born in Iran. She studied her bachelor's in English language and literature at the University of Tabriz. She moved to the United States in 2015, where she continued her studies abroad. She finished her MA in English literature at Texas State University. In 2019, she started her PhD at the University of Michigan, and the PhD is in comparative literature. Her research interests are translation, gender, and genre studies in the 19th and 20th centuries, both in Iran and Turkey. Although maybe I should have changed, and is it Turkey now? They've just changed the name, so that's
they just changed it.
Yeah, just really interesting. This summer, she will be learning Ottoman Turkish and exploring some archives on Turkish women writers in Istanbul. Then the new Turkey, in a sense. Right, we leave the floor to you. I'll keep an eye on the time, and at about 2 minutes to 20, I will let you know if you can see me. I hope you can. Otherwise, I'll find another way. But are you ready? We can see the slide.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. So, spaces of feminist creativity through translation. The floor is yours.
Okay, hello everyone. In my presentation today, I am going to talk about the Iranian female author Simin Daneshvar and the political and feminist spaces she creates through the prefaces of her translations that are in contrast to the dominant sense of self-inferiority conveyed in her other works. So unlike the first presenter today, I enjoyed a lot listening to her. I am not going to focus on the translation itself, but on the prefaces. So a bit of background on the author. One of the most famous Iranian writers and translators of her time, Simin Daneshvar, was from an educated family, went to a bilingual
English school and later received her PhD in Persian literature. In 1949, Simin Daneshvar had already published a short story collection when she published translations of different novels. Remembering her own experience at that time, Daneshvar says, quote, "Many of us writers of my age were in fact victimized by translation. Because our work did not sell well, we started translating Western literature instead and turned out to be translators instead of writers." Daneshvar translated about 8 novels and a few collections of short stories, along with some articles by famous writers of the time, particularly in the 1950s and 60s. Later, she pursued her writing career and wrote 5 novels, out of which Suvashun published in 1969, which turned out to be a bestseller for several years. In this paper, I argue that Daneshvar was not a victim of translation. Like many other Iranian women during this time, mostly 20th century, end of 19th century, she was indeed a victim of the internalized feeling of self-inferiority inflicted on her by her husband and the patriarchal society of Iran. However, it was through translation that she voiced her most radical and political thoughts. Therefore, despite what she states in the above-mentioned quote that I read for you, translation is an enabling process for her, through which she creates a political and feminist space. First of all, I will talk to you about this self-defamatory feeling that is present in her personal and professional life. In her thought-provoking article, Gender and the Metaphorics of Translation, Laurie Chamberlain explores how the sexist metaphors, which are usually expressed in terms of gender stereotypes and power relations between the sexes, have treated women as secondary, highly sexualized beings, both in language and in translation. Translators and women have historically been treated as the weaker figures in their respective hierarchies. Translators are handmaids to authors, and women are inferior to men. Chamberlain discusses sexist terms used in translation studies, such as label and fidèle, a model of translation according to which translations, like women, should either be faithful or beautiful, but not both. For this translation paradigm, fidelity is defined by an implicit contract between the translation, or a woman, and the original, or the husband, the father, or author. She argues that such a belief betrays real anxiety about the problem of paternity and translation. It mimics the patrilineal kinship system where paternity, not maternity, legitimizes an offspring. To guard this patrilineal kinship, or his originality, men always must make sure of women's fidelity. In his preface to the translation of André Gide's Les Nourritures, sorry for my pronunciation, Les Nourritures Terrestres, Jalal al-Ahmad, the Iranian writer and Simin Daneshvar's husband, repeats the sexist paradigm of label and fidèle as his method of translation. He writes, quote, "Translation is like women. When they are beautiful, they are infidel, and when they are loyal, they can never be beautiful." The same paradigm exists in his personal life. In Jalal and Simin's relationship, the anxiety of paternity is omnipresent. In her letters to Jalal, Simin tried to assure him of her fidelity while she was on a Fulbright fellowship studying at Stanford. Written words are not proof enough for Jalal of Simin's fidelity, since he accuses Simin multiple times of negligence and unfaithfulness. It is obvious from these letters that Simin was always the victim of Jalal's nagging anxiety. Simin and Jalal did their best to have children. After so much struggle on Simin's part, though, in one of his letters, Jalal writes that the doctors in Iran have confirmed that he cannot have children. This makes Jalal extremely anxious since he loses the paternity role and is no longer the originator of a kinship. To make certain that he keeps his empowering role in this binary, he inflicts, by binary I mean the inferior and superior, he inflicts his extreme anxiety on Simin. In the paradigm of label and fidèle, the translator must seduce the text in order to trace the features of his subject. Jalal, however, seduces Simin with accusatory language to validate his power over his subject, both personally and professionally. In her literary career, instead of comparing herself to other contemporary authors of her time, she always deemed herself inferior to Jalal. Simin wrote to Jalal about her first meeting with her professor Wallace Stegner, saying, quote, my other professor is a Stegner. He is amazing. They say in the United States, after Hemingway, Steinbeck, Faulkner, and Jack London, it is a Stegner who is good and famous author. His wife is also a writer. The first day I was introduced to him, he said, did you know that I and my wife always argue which one of us is a better writer? I asked, what do the critics say? He said they believe that we both write very badly. I said we both write too, but we never argue with each other because I do believe that my husband writes so much better than I do. Again, we see that she always questions her writing and finds them of no value when compared to Jalal's work. While in the United States, she translated and published a few short stories that caught the attention of many authors like Stegner himself. In a letter, Stegner wrote that he was amazed by Simin's literary knowledge and her writing style. He even goes on to say that Simin's presence was an influential factor in his classes since his other students learned a lot from her. However, she did not acknowledge any of these encouraging and empowering aspects. She was a victim, like a translation, trapped in the binary of inferior versus superior, the imitated versus the original. It is true that this is due to multi-layered problems of silencing women in the Iranian society, but in the case of Simin, Jalal's role is much more evident. To prove him that he is the original and to secure his paternal pride, she has to emphasize her inferiority over and over in their personal and professional relationships. In her scholarship on women's translation, Louise von Flotow outlines three main feminist techniques: prefacing, footnoting, and hijacking. She states that it is through these marginal spaces that women develop and exhibit a noticeable trend of developing sense of self. Supplementing or comprehension involves providing additional information along with the translation. It arises from the need to be honest as possible about translation choices. It is especially important to supplement feminist texts, lest they be read in a monolithic way, contrary to the ends of feminism. It constitutes an activist, interventionalist practice of translation carried out in order to compensate for the differences between languages and cultures, or more explicitly for the differences or shortcomings in the expression of women-related readings, attitudes, or nuances. Surprisingly, Simin Daneshvar uses this supplementing method to voice her sadness about being trapped in the binary of inferiority and superiority. Simin implicitly tries to unsettle this binary in her translation works and in the prefaces. In the preface of The Human Comedy by William Saroyan, 1954, Daneshvar praises Gertrude Stein, the American novelist, as the greatest American writer and teacher of many other authors, such as Hemingway. In praise of Stein, Daneshvar writes, but no one like her has had, quote, but no one like her has had much influence in modern American literature. It is enough to say about her impact that she attracted Ernest Hemingway, the great contemporary writer and father of modern American literature, to her way of writing. Furthermore, she makes a comparison between Stein and Hemingway, explaining why Hemingway was more famous than Stein, saying that, quote, however, Hemingway has surpassed his master and her guide due to his vast and various experiences, while Gertrude, despite knowing all about the new techniques and teaching them herself, was barred from having various experiences and access to different materials. In discussing Simin and Jalal's relationship, this information is very important because I do believe that Simin expresses her sadness for why Stein was not as famous as Hemingway can also be read how she, as the first woman who published a bestseller novel in Iran, was always overshadowed by Jalal's presence. And instead of stating this oppression she felt throughout her life in her own authorship, she expresses it in the margins of her translation. She rebels against the paradigm of libelle infidel, not in in her authorship, but in the prefaces of her translation. She disputes this internalized feeling of self-inferiority in the marginalized space of translation. So now moving on to read the preface, another preface, which is very important. The focus of my paper among Daneshvar's translations is on different editions of the Scarlet Letter, translated as Dagenang, first translated and published in 1954 by Daneshvar and later in 1978. The importance of mentioning these two editions is the preface and additional information that Daneshvar provides in the latter edition. I read the first preface as creating a new genre, the new possibility of a form for Iranian women, because before translating this book in a form of novel, Iranian women never tried their hands in writing in a form of novel. So basically, she through her work of translation, she experiments with writing in a different genre as a novel. This can also be read as an inspiration for her successful novel later Subashun that was published in 1969. Here there is also another possibility of reading this translation as another form of creation, since the author herself decided to create the same female protagonist for Persian literature. Daneshvar chooses to reflect on a character like Hester in Hawthorne's words. Daneshvar directly and obviously talks about creating a feminist character who can change the imposed rules on her. She writes, quote, "An interesting and important point in the eyes of the writer of these lines is the wish that the author of this story has for the improvement of women's world and the world in general. Hawthorne is wishful for a new woman who can be the oncoming prophet of the world, a knowledgeable, wise, humble, admirable, joyful, happy, and angel of happiness and goodness, a woman who can change the relationship of men and women on a more logical basis, and a woman who could change the rules that are imposed on women. In the hope of creating such a woman, the translator of this story also decided to start such a translation." This is a kind of creation that Barbara Goddard explains in her famous article, Theorizing Feminist Discourse or Translation. She states that a feminist text should create a space for new meanings and subjects that are marginalized in society due to patriarchal oppression. As we see here, Daneshvar paves the way for women writers to write in a new form as the novel, and also to think about new characters like Hester in Persian literature. Now moving on to reading Daneshvar as a political and cultural translator in her prefaces. In the case of the second edition of the preface for the translation of the Scarlet Letter, Daneshvar uses supplementing technique as a political space of articulating her thoughts on the how and what to read for the Iranian society. This indeed is supplemental to both her writing and her translations. Von Flotow also notes that the marginal space such as prefacing and footnoting are possibly among the translation strategies most widely used by feminist translators to reflect on their works. However, Daneshvar, more than being reflective on her own work of translation, is contemplating on the society, culture, and imperialism to stress her presence in the society. Von Flotow mentions that feminist translators have transformed this apologetic space into a site of contestation and reinforcement of a feminist translation. In Disarming Words, Empire and the Seduction of Translation in Egypt, Shaden Tagaldeen's main argument is that Egyptians are moved to love and translate the cultures of their colonizers when those cultures present themselves to Egyptians in loving translation. There is a thin line between resistance to translation and surrender to translation. The elite Egyptian writers translated European texts and called on Europe to emulate the modes of literary, philosophical, scientific exploration that seemed to underpin Europe's imperial dominance in their country and elsewhere. While being seduced by this love, the Egyptians become trapped in the language of the other. Therefore, the language of the other captivates Egyptians only when they imagine that it sounds like the language of the self. Furthermore, she argues that cultural imperialism might be better understood as politics that lure the colonized to see power through empire rather than against it, to translate their cultures into an empowered equivalence with those of their dominators, and thereby repress the inequalities between those dominators and themselves. Before moving on to exploring Daneshvar as a cultural translator, I would like to acknowledge that Iran was never colonized. However, through the modernization process during the Qajar and Pahlavi period, it was exposed to the danger of cultural imperialism. Therefore, it is through this cautious reading that I offer an analysis of Daneshvar as the cultural translator. Daneshvar provides some details on the second preface to Doghanag, or the Scarlet Letter, on how and why translation became popular in Iran. She writes, quote, "From an economic standpoint, since the constitutional revolution," translation has a vaster audience and higher rate of demand. Maybe this is due to the fact that we have learned to look up to the other, in particular to the West, and the lack of trust, and we have a lack of trust in the people of our own country, or maybe due to the fact that anyway it was a necessity to some extent to learn from others. She is against translation as an act of writing history, inviting authors to instead write their own stories. She addresses the Iranian authors by saying that, quote, "If you are a true writer and you have the skill of writing and you feel the world around you, the nature and the human beings with your heart's and head's eye, and you have the opportunity of experiencing the life and time in your life, and you can defend the right, the truth, and freedom and fairness and logic, and when you can be the voice of your own generation, shame on you if you only become the narrator of the other's story." She moves on to writing that, quote, "Like many of my contemporary author friends, I was also fallen to the trap of translation, although I had read and learned that I should not retell or rewrite the story of the other, and should do something worthy instead so that others would write about me." The word trap that Daneshvar mentions here can be read as the kind of love that Tagildin talks about in her own context. According to Daneshvar, she should make history through a work of literature worthy of inclusion in the canon of the world literature, rather than be seduced by the story of the other. Daneshvar cautions Iranian authors against translation as a kind of trap that lures the translator into being seduced by the other. Daneshvar also warns the writers against the mixing of the self and the other, as she believes these two discourses should be separate accounts. In one of her interviews to answer the question on negative and positive influences of literary translations, she replies that she believes translation can be either positive or negative, and clarifies that, quote, "If the colonizer or hegemonic countries which have always been supporters of tyranny would want to feed another nation with translations of colonial and authoritarian works planned cunningly and accompanied by superstition and malice, yes, then those translations will have a wide negative impact." Since she was critical of British influence in Iran, in her novel Subashun, the colonial powers can be read as the British or the Americans. Daneshvar concludes that if it is the reader's responsibility to be aware of these negative types of translations, and native authors' responsibility to find cultural imperialism. Daneshvar turns supplementary prefaces into a manifesto and advises Iranian writers against seduction in translation. She ends her preface by summoning them into actions by writing an unmediated history. According to her, the translator's responsibility toward her nation starts with the very first step of choosing a work to translate. She writes, quote, "The translator is committed to selecting works of translation that could possibly enlighten the target community, ignite the desire for freedom, and fight for the truth in them. Through her translation, she should be able to polish the dust of resentment, jealousy, and fear from the hearts of her reader, awaken them with love, hope, courage, benevolence, and plant the seeds of belief in human dignity in their hearts." As a conclusion, I repeat my argument that Iranian women like Simin Daneshvar use translation and the marginal space of the preface as a site of feminist and political resistance to challenge the male-dominated narratives of their time. Although she was an author and wrote in different literary forms, it was in her translation prefaces that she voiced her stance on changes happening in her society.
Thank you, Razia.
I will stop.
Can we see you? Yes.
Sure.
I was going to say thank you for finishing this panel so well. We started, I think the thread was really this amazing work that women have done as agents through translation. So I think that's a very good way of getting back to this thread with your paper. Do we have questions in the room?
Yeah, I would have one. I'm sorry, but just a quick one. The thing that she was saying about translation and the other, and don't get yourself too, too involved with the other. Do you think it has to do with feminism or with the way in which the cultural state? Let me rephrase that. I mean, I come from Romania. In the 19th century, there was kind of the same discourse, but it was due to, it was my cultural state of our culture was just, at the beginnings. So we need to translate. But there were also, intellectuals that were studying abroad saying, well, but they were not Romanians. We weren't Romanians anyhow. So I think what I'm trying to ask, is that feminist or it has more to do with culture? With the state of your culture back then.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. It's more of a cultural stance than a feminist stance, but I read it as a feminist in a sense that it's creating like kind of a political space for women to voice their ideas on how the culture should be or how the translations should be, because before this we don't have. So I basically see it as a female stance, let's say, as a woman's stance on what translation is, what negative or positive translation is. It is coming from a cultural aspect, that's true, and it's I would say it can be read more through a post-colonial theory perspective, but I read it as a feminist act because for her to voice such a thing is kind of like political, and in a sense it's kind of a radical stance. That's why I read it in a feminist sense.
Right.
Thank you. It was just a curious. I mean, it was actually a question, so thank you.
Yeah.
Was not a negative comment or something.
I just add that, of course, choosing the Scala letter is the most significant choice as a woman and a feminist, I would say. Vasiliki, I think we have another question.
Yes.
Can you hear her?
Sure. Okay. Yeah. My question would be, so she chooses the preface because she doesn't want to do to get into the text and make significant choices in the text. So the preface is the safe space for her, but the text is not. It's not how she translates the text as a feminist. It's more the fact that she does translate it and that she has the preface as a safe space to talk about her choices. But it's not the choices as choices that you see as feminists, right? I don't know if I explained myself. Maybe I didn't say that clearly.
No, I totally understood it. She actually, for the choices that she makes for the translation, she does actually change it. She changed the translation in a way that is kind of like domesticating the text for the Iranian writer, which is a kind of like a feminist act during this time, and writes it in a way that reads more like an Iranian novel. Like she makes it her own, to be to just clarify that. But I think she chooses the preface to say something is. I don't know if it's a safe space for her or not, but because she adds a supplementary few pages to the first edition, I think she kind of I agree with you that she sees this space of preface safer for herself and for the political remarks that she's going to make. But the changes in the translation itself, it's another story.
Mm-hmm. So you're giving us part 2. I like it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but this was kind of like
no, of course you had
chapter.
20 minutes. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's really interesting. You're making us want to know more, which is good.
Yeah.
I think we're running slightly over, which I think is okay because we started a bit late. So I don't know if there are other questions or whether you would like to join me to thank Vasiliki, Razia, and Bai. I'm hoping Bai is the first name from the program, at least that's what I'm working out. For this fantastic panel, was giving us a lot of thought, food for thought. But also thinking about how much actually these belles lettres means a lot more than it might appear to be, or they liked in the past to think about. Much more agency and transformation through it than simply translating literally a text. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.